Okay, I forgot to do something. So, I was doing that real quick. So, how is everybody today? It is Monday. It is painting day. I almost changed what we were doing today because I have an idea for a couple of other things that I want to do, but decided that we said we were going to do this and we'll give it a try, and I'm going to try not to chicken out on this one because after I looked at it, I was like, oh, I don't know how to do this today. But, we'll give it a shot. If it's a fail, it's a fail. That didn't do what I wanted it to do. I think I missed a letter. There we go. So, we have the link to this tutorial of Bob's pinned in the chat for anybody that wants to go see it. We are going to be working on the Happy Little Trees project that I started some time ago. This is going to be an off again, on again project as the mood strikes me. I'm trying to get better with gouache, so in that process of trying to get better with using it, I'm trying to follow some Bob Ross tutorials with it instead of oils, just to see how it goes and try to figure out my own personal limitations with using the gouache, and just seeing how we do. I'm using a piece of cold press watercolor paper. I think it's 117-pound paper. I prefer the slightly heavier paper, but this is what I got, and it was close to the size that I needed, so I didn't have to trim that much of it down. So I was like, this is fine. We'll go with this for now. Sorry, I'm trying to find a brush to do this next part with. I want this brush. So we'll just go with this one. So the piece that we're going to be following today seems to be a black canvas, and I didn't realize that at first. And he's done one other like black canvas in this season that we did do some time ago, but I couldn't remember how I did it. And he did I think black acrylic paint or black gesso or something on there to get the base of it down, and then he talked about putting like a shade of blue and Van Dyke brown on top of it or something, some kind of transparent color. We're gonna have to tailor ours a little bit differently than how he's doing his, and I put way too much acrylic paint down. But so I'm going to base coat this in in black acrylic paint, and this is just our black craft paint. Nothing fancy with this. Doesn't need to be shiny, so this is matte. I don't want it to be shiny. The less of a barrier between us and the paper, the better here. I was thinking of doing a layer of the black gouache, but I don't know if it's really an issue. The only thing that's going to happen though, if we do that, it will mix with every bit of gouache we put on top of it, and that could get tricky. So we're gonna do this black acrylic paint on top here, because then our base shouldn't mix in with it. I might just have to make my gouache a little bit thinner to start with. or I might have to mix some colors together to get the effect that he's got. Like I said, this might end up being a fail today, but I almost backed out of it because I was like, I don't know how to approach this. But you know what? It's part of the thing. We need to step out of the comfort zone. There was another one I almost did, but I was almost more scared to try that one. And I was like, oh, I want to try it. I think it might look interesting. But at the same time, I don't know if I'm quite ready for that one yet. I think I can figure it out. But that was a still photo that I have not attempted at all yet in any medium. Paper's trying to bubble up here. That's why I've got it taped down to try to keep that from happening. And it might just be the fact that this paper is only 117-pound paper, for why it keeps trying to do that. I mean, some of your watercolor paper will try to do that regardless of the weight. But we've got the tape down to try to keep that to a minimum. Next time I won't get this paper, but I've got it and I want to use it up. So that's what today's plan is. And I've got 18 more pages of this paper to go. I've got other paper. I've got some other Canson cold pressed watercolor paper that I've used before. I kind of like it. I've used acrylics on it. We've done some watercolor on it. We've done some gouache on it. Not a bad paper. And I do have the heat tool at the ready. Oh, maybe I'm actually going to need more acrylic paint. I was mad because I thought I put too much on my palette here, but actually I might need some more. So I want to make sure that we've got a good coat of this down. I don't want it heaped on here, but I do want the white of the paper covered up here. You can see the texture of our paper there. A little, not really a honeycomb pattern, but sort of. And I'll probably hit this with the heat tool just to make sure that we are good. And this is just masking tape from Dollar General that I've got down here. I have drafting tape that I had picked up. As soon as the paper gets even remotely damp, that drafting tape was peeling right up, and I was like, well, what good are you? So I'm trying not to use that one on stuff that's gonna get damp. So I'm gonna need to go to Dollar General here in a short order and get some more tape because I'm getting low. Let me rinse the black paint out of our brush here. Or try to as best as we can. And I just have a paper towel here off to the side. Same paper towel that we've been using for a while now. See, same one. Like once it dries, it's still good. It'll still do its thing. Alright, I'm gonna hit the heat tool here for just a second. Let that dry it up. Okay, let me point that in that direction so I don't accidentally touch the nose of it. Alright, so we've got our black paint on there. And we're gonna see what Bob wants us to do next. I do have it muted, closed captions are on, but that's why we've got the link pinned in the chat for anybody that wants to go and view it independently. So, hang on. So, covered it with a coat of Van Dyke Brown and Prussian Blue. And I don't know where he put those colors because he doesn't say. I didn't really think Van Dyke Brown was transparent, but okay. Maybe that's why he slaps it on there so thick in places. Oh, he's gonna do mountains in this one too? I didn't remember there being mountains. So he starts with titanium white. And he kind of starts making a little circular area in like this region up here. And then kind of takes it out past it. And I think that might be where he's got the, unless he mixed the Prussian Blue and the Van Dyke Brown, which I suppose is possible. So he's got kind of like this gray blue thing happening here that he kind of plays in there, and then he takes a big brush and he kind of just like basically blends it out for the most part. These cameras had a heck of a time picking it up. Okay. Can we... I guess that's about as good of a shot as we're gonna get. So, I don't really have a whole lot of gray here. I have a taupe, which is kind of like a gray white. I've got a gray. And I've got like an icy blue. So I think what we're gonna end up doing here, trying to turn my face so I can see everybody here. I've got a titanium white and I've got like a mixy white. So I'm not really sure what I want to start with here. I also have a little bit of like an icy blue. So is that on his horizon? Like, I'm trying to figure out how close to the top this is. I guess it doesn't really matter that much. All right. Let's start with a little bit of this gray. And I've got some of this like mixy white. Let me start with those two. Alright, so we're gonna need a small brushy guy. Now he used a flat. Is that what we want to go with? We can. Alright, so I've got some water. Gonna get my brush wet. Oh, is that brush dirty? Because that's interesting. Or is the palette still dirty? Alright, I'm gonna put you in a different well here. That looks dirty still. Is my water dirty? Maybe the brush is dirty. Did we not get this brush cleaned out enough? I don't know. Alright, so I'm going to mix a little bit of water into this gray color. Alright, so this is gonna take me a few layers here. I'm trying to figure out how I want to bring this guy. Alright, so about in there. I guess I could have used a round for this. So I'm just kind of letting this kind of do cloud things. So this is just the straight gray. Haven't added any other color to this yet. So ours is going to look a little bit different than Bob's. Do keep that in mind. Because we're not using the same medium. So it's going to be a bit different. Just kind of busting it a little bit. Kind of playing with it just a little wispy in some spots. Okay. And I'm going to come back in with a little bit more of this gray. Where do we want our moon to be sitting here? Alright, so I'm just kind of working in a little something something. I don't know what I'm doing. We're just trying to emulate what Bob's got going on a little bit. Just a little. I'm probably like way overdoing it, but that's how we roll, apparently. All right, let me see what this taupe looks like. That almost has a slightly warmer look to it, so I'm going to put that one to the side. I'm going to grab this ice blue. And I'm going to put a little bit of that So this is ice blue. We're using Arteza gouache right now. Not sponsored, it's just what we've got. There, let me rinse that. Okay, so put a little bit of water on the palette. Okay, so then I'm gonna grab some of this gray. And I'm gonna grab a little bit of the ice blue. And I'm gonna mix those two together. Okay, so I'm gonna grab some of that. I don't know if I've got quite enough here. And I'm just gonna kind of blend that in a little bit. And it's gonna kind of mix with it just a little. Well, more than a little, but see what we can get it to do here. I might come back in with a little bit more of that gray. Just to redarken it just a little bit, because I tend to get carried away sometimes. With bringing in lighter colors. It happens with me. But sometimes I need to see the lighter color in there. All right, so I'm gonna get just a little bit more of that. Oop, that was not enough. Or it wasn't dry enough. Because that just kind of didn't really want to do anything there. I did not add any to our center bit here. Looks very white. I mean, we want this section to be a bit brighter. Oh yeah, that does look very... So I'm going to take a little bit of... It's probably a little too much. A little bit of the mixy white. And I'm going to add that into our gray. And just gonna kind of come back in. And kind of add a little bit more to this. Might not be quite enough of the mixy white. It is going to blend in with the other stuff here. So he did use some straight titanium. Let's get a little bit of that. A little bit of water. Okay, so I'm gonna like knock most of this off of my brush. So he like he's using a hog hair brush or a very stiff bristled brush. This is not anywhere near that stiffness. We're just gonna try to get a moon up into there. And I probably should have knocked a bit more of this off of here. Just because that got very intense very quickly. But you know what? Maybe we're okay. Right? We're okay. Alright. So this is more of our highlighted color, so I'm just kind of trying to pick out where it might be bouncing off certain areas. We're gonna have a mountain in here, so half of what I'm doing might end up disappearing. Alright, that's not terrible. Not great, but it's not terrible. It's looser than I normally do, put it that way. That was just a slightly damp brush. Not completely dry, but pretty dry. Okay. Alright, Bob. So he's gonna put the moon in. We like jumped ahead a little bit. Ah! This ad does not benefit me. We are not playing it. Okay, so he put a bunch of paint in for the moon. And then he kind of does that job. I'm gonna leave ours be. Oh wait, what did he do? Blue and brown. Oh, Bob. And then he makes a little cloudy guy. Going across the moon. I think I like ours better. I don't know if I want to put those darker clouds in. But he blended his light color out, so like the whole thing is kind of washed out. And it's okay. Ours doesn't have to look exactly like Bob's. It's okay. Although we might have got a little carried away over here. But alright, so what did he do? Titanium white and the oh, now he's highlighting them. I think ours are fine the way they are. Like, I don't think we need to go that far. Yeah, because that looks a little messy. Not that ours looks grand either, but so blue-brown color. And he's going to draw in a mountain shape. A blue brown color. A blue brown color. But then when he pulls the color out, it's looking kind of gray. And then he's going to make the shadow color, right? No. That is the highlight color, right? No, there's the one with the blue mixed into it. Okay. So what color do we want to go with here? Mr. Bob. He kind of taps the base of it. Well, I'm not gonna quite go that far. I don't want to ruin what we're about to do. Okay, so he used a blue brown color. But then when we come in with the highlight, it's gonna be covered up anyway. So I think I'm gonna just take some of our dark gray that admittedly isn't very dark. Just gonna mix up some of that here, or add some water to it so it's not quite so strong. I could add a little bit of brown to it. Or we could just grab the burnt umber. Alright. He still has quite a bit of real estate here, so I don't want to go too far down. Alright, so this guy. How far over is it, though? Oh. So, I'm doing mine quite different. Okay. So then over here, we kind of have, that's probably a little close, but how'd that work on those clouds? Just poofed out of existence. All right. Okay, maybe we will add a little bit of burnt umber to this. It's that or we add a little bit of black to it, but I think adding a little bit of black. Hold on one second. All right, sorry about that. Alrighty, that's gonna need a bit more burnt umber to it. So like I said, ours is gonna look a little different than Bob's here. So how do we want to okay, so I'm just kind of doing that for myself here so I don't get too carried away and forget what I was doing. Had they gotten it? Hey, had they gotten it?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. So, probably should have put this in an actual well instead of where I mixed it. Yeah, I don't need to be like completely solid with it because we're gonna highlight the heck out of this guy. But, you know, I do need to remove our cloud line here. Not all that easy. It's probably going to be more brown than gray by the time we're done, but that's okay. Like, not a huge issue. We can work around it. So this one's definitely a bit more challenging, to say the least. What you smelling, Snuffles?
You go outside stuff?
I can hear her snuffing, I just don't know what she's doing.
She got wiggly when I came in. Yeah. Hold on. Take a peek.
Did she ever eat her breakfast?
She never ate, remember? Tummy problems?
She don't let her eat too much grass. Yeah. Alright, I'm probably going to need to add some more brown back into this. I wouldn't care, but she like throws it up immediately, so
Yeah. Here quite so much if she did.
I didn't realize it when we were at the park yesterday, but she was smelling a dead bird with her nose all up in there, so won't be surprised if she's got some issues today. So it's gonna be different. That's just the way of it, right? not gonna be exactly the same as Bob's, and that's okay. Right? Bob's just trying to teach us how to do the thing. We can make adjustments to ours. And in fact, it's probably a good thing for us to make adjustments to ours with regard to like what colors we're using and everything. Because then we don't have to get stuck in the mindset of it has to be exactly like his, so that when we go off on our own, we're not like stuck, you know? Or maybe I'm the only one that gets stuck like that. So it is a little scary stepping out and trying to do the things on your own. 100%. I'll admit that. Honestly, this one was kind of scary on the whole to begin with for me. So I wasn't so sure I wanted to attempt this one. Mostly because I couldn't remember how I did the last one. Alright. Just gonna try to darken this up in a couple of spots here. Where it seems a little bit thin. Okay, let me rinse my brush. Now, he took white and blue. So let me get some of our ice blue here. And then I need to reactivate some of our titanium white here. I know you can't see my palette. When I'm done the tissue paper project, I'm going to be moving my desk around, and then we might bring the palette camera or face camera into existence. We will see. I'm not even sure if I can have both cameras plugged in at the same time and functioning. I'm actually going to get some more water here, some fresh water, some clean water. Let me see, how many stickies do I have up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we do have 8. Oh no, wait, I needed 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I do have 9. Okay. Now I'm not trusting myself here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Who looks the most undesirable? You know what? You're kind of bent. Let me take you. Okay. And I'm not sure about this this mountain here. It still seemed a little thin in spots. Like a little bit thinner than I necessarily was looking for. Ooh, I got a little carried away there. Oops. Oops-a-doodles. Oopsies. See, like over here, there's a lot of the black still kind of shining through. And I just kind of want this to be a bit more uniform in color. I mean, it's not going to matter too much in the end. But I would at least like to try. Okay. So that is more than likely good enough. I am going to hit that with the heat tool. I'm sad we lost those other clouds, but that's okay. Kind of my own fault for not making sure we were good with what we were doing. It's kind of fun with the gouache because you can actually see it dry as the color changes a bit. As it is drying. Okay. Set that back in its corner. Okay. What the heck happened? I touched something on my screen. And I don't know what it was. Alright. Let me get my skizzers here. This can be our guy here. Alright, so we're gonna dip this into our titanium white here. And we're gonna try to see if we can Alright, so I might have to like put it on. And then like kind of scrape it back off at the same time. Just to try to get the broken effect. See, like, kind of keep coming in at it just a little bit. And we're seeing a little bit of the paper under there. And I'm wiping off my stick on that paper towel to the side. Just so we don't get our white color too contaminated here. Now I'm purposely trying not to make this too thick. Just so I don't run into issues down the road here. And you know, just put in your highlights and your shadows as you see fit. So right now we're still working on a highlight. I might have to mix a bit more of this white. And I'm not using the brush or a brush because I don't want it super thick right in this section. It's kind of like how we would get in there after it with the acrylic paint. Or even the oils too. I mean, you'd be using an actual knife with the oils, depending on the size of your canvas, essentially, or your work surface. And Bob's is a little more solid than mine. And that's okay. I'm gonna need to mix a little bit more of this up here. Yeah. Alright, let me get a little bit more water. And I'm gonna grab just a little bit more of our gouache. Now, I don't have this like super watered down, but it is thinner. All right, let me come back and add a bit more water and paint to my shadow color that's over here drying in my palette. So, I mean, the way I'm doing it's a little bit of a slower process here, but I'm okay with that. I'd rather go a little bit slower. And be sure that I am happy with where I stand. Then rush it. And then be like, oh no, 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 this isn't it. You know, and then have all of the regrets ever. Like, that's what I am trying to avoid. So I want a little bit more in there. And if you've decided that, you know, that snow, it's not thick enough. not standing out as much as I would like it to. Well, then grab yourself a little more white. And come back in and come back at it. I mean, that's all you really have to do if you're not happy with it. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my shadow color here. I kind of want to turn this. This might be a little tricky. I'm not even sure if this is quite blue enough. I might... You know, I don't think it's quite blue enough. Like, I need a light blue, but I don't want to go too... Oh my gosh. See, this is the one thing I hate about the Arteza tubes. Is that I have such a hard time opening them. I will literally give myself blisters. Attempting to get them open. Okay, so I'm gonna do a slight adjustment here. So I've got that ice blue. And I'm gonna take a little bit of sky blue. And I'm going to darken. That's better. I just want to, I'm probably going to over mix, like mix too much to ensure that I've got enough of it. This might be a little... I always get weirded out when I'm mixing these shadow colors for this. I'm like, no, that's too much. But in the end, when you get it in there, it's really not so bad. Okay, let me rinse that. Yeah, I know you're gonna be like, but it's upside down. I know it's upside down. I know. You can turn a piece any which way. You need to get the angles to work for you. It's very much allowed. And if anyone told you that it wasn't allowed, well, Screw them. Unless there was like a specific challenge or something. There, I might actually come back in with another round. Of white to drive home the brightness. Just to make sure that we're feeling okay with it. Just to darken that up a bit. Of course, with the gouache, we are like reactivating that brown a bit. So I'm trying not to get it too heavy in here in any one spot. I mean, it's gonna happen. But if we can keep it the brown from mixing into that a little too much, then hey, bonus. All right, so I am going to get a little bit more of our white. Put together here. Now this is the titanium white, not the mixy white. Just to kind of brighten that up just a skosh. Okay, I'm a little bit happier with that. Just to brighten us up a bit here. Help us pop a little. Just to make our highlights stand out a bit better. Because they feel a little dull, like I'm having trouble picking out my shadows, and I shouldn't be. But I don't want to bring my brush in, because that's gonna smooth everything down a little too far. I think I might darken up those shadows a little bit more. Just to make the highlights stand out a little bit better. Because right now it's a little bit of a mess, but they're not all winners though, right? Sometimes you have to have some not so great pieces in there. And I know I get weird about stuff not coming out right, and it's difficult to show off the ones that, you know, we're not super proud of, but I also think it helps to show the not so great ones, because then other people that are trying to find their medium, find their spot, find their happy spot. yeah, there's some fails along the way, but you know what? We're learning. And not everyone's gonna be knocked out of the ballpark. Alright, let's see. I tried to darken this color up a little bit. Let's see how this feels here. That might be a little bit better. Maybe. Might work out a little bit better there. Definitely a little bit darker. All right. This might be the winner here. All right. Okay, that's definitely helping. Our peaks are looking a lot peakier. I think. Starting to get them to stand out a bit more. What's up, Zuzu? You can't go outside right now. Daddy's making lunch. It would be for a quick pee-pee. Or do we just need to open the curtains so you can look out the window?
Can't lay in the sun today. We'll take you outside, but we can't lay down.
Not right now, at least. Dad's making lunch.
No, I'm more worried about the table.
There is a white towel in the linen closet.
It's not very big. I'd have to get him to actually sit on it.
But you're also making lunch, so.
No, I already finished.
Oh, I thought you were just.
No, I'm not worried about that.
Okay. Ticks are so bad. Out in our yard, we've pulled like 2 or 3 off of him. In the past couple of days. And the last time he got flea and tick medicine, he started acting a little strange, and they changed the brand at our vet's office, and we're like, I'm not comfortable with that now. Okay. That seems a little better, I think. We'll go with that. Excuse me. Let me make sure that we are dry before we move on here. Now, he did tap out the bottoms of them. I'm gonna avoid doing that just because we are working with gouache and I'm not entirely sure what we got coming next. Oh, what are we doing? Add. We're not doing the ad. Sorry, T-Mobile. I get nothing from this ad. Okay, so he's putting some shrubbies in. Or a small tree line at the bottom. What color? Hey, Bob. Hey, Bob. What color was this, Bob? Blue and brown. He's really liking this blue and brown combo. I think I might have a Prussian blue. Okay, so he's doing some shrubby dews. How far did he take the shrubby dews? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Magic white. Titanium white. I'm kind of surprised by the yellow. Okay, so he kind of adds some highlighty guys. So where does he put those? Okay, so they're like maybe from like here to like here. So I do have a Prussian blue. Alright, so we'll do some Prussian blue. And a little bit alright. Prussian blue is strong. We'll get some. Now, I don't have Van Dyke Brown, but we've got Burnt Umber. And that's just gonna have to do. Wow. It looks almost gray. To be perfectly honest. Looks almost like a dark Payne's gray. Okay, let me rinse that guy. Whoop. Let me not drop the brush. Alright, what brush do we want to do this with? What is this? This is a spot brush. Alright, so not liking the spot brush for that. That's okay. We'll come back to our friend here that we've been trying to do most of this with. Alright, I probably took that a little too tall there. So his is much, much darker. Like, much darker. So I'm just kind of popping in some shrubbiness. I'm not even sure if this shrubbiness is going to matter, because there's a cabin. There very much is a cabin in here somewhere. And I'm not sure where it is, but I guess we're gonna find out. Alright. I think we're due for some clean water here. Fuck! That was loud. Sorry. That was fucking loud. Sorry. I all sorts of hated that. I can't imagine how you guys felt. Alrighty, we need to... Oh, you just created your account. What a pity. That I need to now report you. The one from yesterday didn't get reported. That Moobot timed out. I forgot to go back and do it. I ended up having the husband cut my hair last night. Oh, that got blue. That brush was not clean. Dang it. That is very much not white now. Maybe it won't be so bad. Okay. Or maybe I just didn't have that much left in there. No, it still looks a little off. Alright. That's okay. So I'm gonna rinse before I go back in and try to pull some more white here. I can't really get a good view of what we're doing here. Let me try to zoom in a little. I think we were more zoomed in last time. I think. Okay. A little bit of water. So I am coming back in with some more white. Alright, I'm gonna rinse that real good. Gonna grab some cleaner water than what's in our dump cup. Hopefully the towel helped.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully the towel helped.
We'll see. He was mostly on it.
Mm-hmm. Where's the towel now?
It's still outside.
I would grab it for the wind.
Yeah.
Tries to make off with it. Okay, so this I'm being very particular.
Oh yeah, she's stashing her snack. So yeah, that's not gonna. She could be.
The towel?
Oh.
Sorry, I don't want the wind to take it, and I don't want to collect other things. Oh, little fuzzy miss. Daddy will be right back in. Get away from the door. I don't trust her not to run. I know we've had her in our care for a little bit now, but I still don't trust her not to bolt out the door. She's not got very many brain cells that function. She's very much the poster child for lights on and nobody's home. She makes Zuzu look like a genius, and Momo made Zuzu look like the dumb one. So Very fascinating. Okay. All right, Bob. We did the shrubberies. Now what you got for us? Oh. Okay. We're adding another ad, apparently. Because YouTube can't help themselves. And it's not a skippable ad either. The second ad isn't a skippable ad either. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna add a water line? Is that just in front of... Where is this at, Bob? So, like, he didn't bring it... Was I supposed to bring it all the way over? No, he did not bring it all the way over. So there's a good swath on that side that he hasn't put anything in. Now this seems a little blue, but I'm as tempted as I am to do that. We're not gonna. So I'm gonna take this ice blue that's we've been playing with a bit here. I don't have a whole lot of it left on my palette, but I am gonna take some of it, right? So we're gonna try to do this here. I am like taking off a lot of it. Okay, so a lot of that is kind of fading in, which is good. That's good. We want to see that. I don't know if that's really gonna help us here, Bob. I think we were better off leaving that alone. Alright, so let me see if I can fix that. I am leaving these little drippy drops, which are kind of annoying. I really didn't want to do that. So let's see here if we can kind of that there. Alright, so I'm gonna rinse the brushy boo here. And I'm gonna grab our heat gun. And I'm gonna dry that. Okay, just needed a little bit. You could see how the wet paint actually did dry a bit there. So I'm gonna grab some of my titanium white. I might have to put some more of this out. That's the one bad thing about trying to do this with Bob's style, is that he goes through quite a lot of titanium. Alright, I do need to rinse this. And grab some cleaner water. This has kind of taken on a little bit of our shrub color, unfortunately. So I'm probably gonna have to come back and try to darken that up or brighten it up a little bit. Okay, so let me see about just adding a little bit more. I'm probably gonna have to put a little bit more titanium down on this. So if we keep going with gouache, I don't know what brand I want to stick with, right? Because I kind of all sorts of enjoyed the Himi, but at the same time, while I enjoyed it, I did not enjoy the tremendous amount of work involved. Trying to keep it active. We don't do the gouache every day, right? So it gets a little vexing. I mean, if we were doing gouache every day, and I was in that palette constantly to keep it from drying out, that would be one thing. But we're not. All right. A little bit more white. Just trying to add a little bit of a brighter look to that. It might not have really worked in our favor there, so let me do something else. Alright, I don't know if that's really helping or making it worse. It's probably making it worse. Probably. But we'll hit this with the heat tool and we'll see what we can get to happen here. Alright. Cord on that guy is pretty long. Okay. Alright, Bob. What you got for us next? Okay, he's gonna do something else. 1-inch brush, fan brush. Uh-oh. What you doing there, Bob boy? Try the fan brush. What are we doing with the fan brush? What paint, Bob? You didn't say what paint you used. You didn't say. Is it the brown blue color again? It kind of looks like it. Oh boy. Oh, what are you... Bob. Bob? Those are tiny. Are you highlighting them? Excuse me. What are you doing? Okay. The ads today. I swear, it seems like there's more ads lately. Alright. So he's added a few tiny trees poking out of these shrubbies. And oh, Bob, that's not that big of a... Okay. So the ones back in here, he's not highlighting. Okay. Did he, like... We can't see what he's doing from this angle, camera guy. Huh? I'm so confused. What? Okay. I thought there was a cabin in this. Have I lost my mind? Okay, and then he's gonna... For real, have I lost my mind? Oh no, he does put one in. Okay. Alright. Alright, well, I guess let's back it up before he does all of this nonsense. Of course, we can't see what he's done because camera guy didn't zoom in on it. So I'm gonna need to reactivate my brown and my blue sirens. Alright, so we're gonna get the brown in there. Like, I'm gonna need a fair amount of this. So, let's just get the blue on into... Wow. I have to remember how strong Prussian blue is. Like, I really have to remember this because I just kind of went gangbusters here. And I really shouldn't have. You can't see my palette. And I'm kind of glad for that. Alright, so we've got several of these trees that we need to put in here. I have to keep cleaning my brush. I mean, I could use a knife or a stick, but That's not really my style. Definitely not. Alright, let me get some more water in there. Right, so my color is not going to be the same, obviously, because I don't have Van Dyke Brown. Okay, let's try that. Alright, let's get some clean, rinsey water here. That's why I have a dump cup. And I'm using smaller amounts of water. So that way we can have some fresher water to deal with here. Is this the size brush I want to use though? Do we have a smaller one? It kind of doesn't look like it. This might be our smallest flat that we've got. Okay. So we kind of this is a bit darker. Trying to make sure I don't get too much on my brush to overwhelm everything here. Alright, so we just got a couple of these guys kind of sitting. Hold on one second. Alright, sorry about that. Alright. So we'll get this guy popped into here. One more here. And I probably mixed way too much of this. Story of my life, right? We either don't have enough or we get a little too carried away. Okay, so there's our guys in the background. Alright, so I'm thinking maybe I didn't take this over quite far enough. Alright, so there's tree number 1. Alright, so Bob used the corner of his brush. He's also using a fan brush. And my detail set didn't have a fan brush that came with it. So I don't have a little fan brushy guy. I have a smaller fan brush, I do. However, he's still a little big for this. I feel like. And I'm actually kind of feeling like our tree. Cow, you're gonna tip the table. That table is leaning, so you know. Alright, so what if we do slightly shorter guy here? Like, we can always add a few more trees on our sides here if we didn't quite get our snow. And water reflections over quite far enough. So it is a little light in spots here. And you can kind of see Mr. Tree here. Like all of his innards. So that I'm not real thrilled about, but maybe I can come back in and do something with this guy here. Maybe I can darken this one up just a touch. Because these guys do not get highlighted. It would seem. So maybe if we can just kind of do a little something something. Okay. Put a little bit more water. not completely necessary, but all right, so we've got a guy up here. And we're gonna be kind of losing part of our tree here. Or part of our mountain. We'll lose part of the tree too. As we get the other tree put in next to it. I'm just taking the trunk all the way down so I don't lose my place too much. On this guy. So if that far tree still looks a little see-through, I might hit that back up with some more paint here. In a few minutes. Like, it's not too bad. But it could be a little bit darker here. I'm just gonna come back in. Now, gouache is supposed to be opaque. If it's a little bit transparent, that's because of me. And having it a little more watered down than most people would. But that's just in part due to how I like to use it. And it just kind of helps me get my color layers built up a little bit better. All right. So what's everybody working on today? What are you doing? What are you up to? Feel free to tag me on Blue Sky with anything that you are working on. I'd love to see it. Even if it's not a medium that we're working with, it doesn't mean I don't enjoy learning more about it or seeing other people have fun using it. All right. Let me rinse that out. Sure, we are actually rinsed out here. That phthalo blue can be a little stubborn. Okay. So then he made a dark blue. And I don't really understand what he did. So he mixed blue and white together. So I'm guessing he mixed some of the Prussian blue and the white, because that seems to be the blue that he's been using. Okay. And then he highlights it. All right. And then on this side, he pulls some of that down. And then adds some snow on the top. Okay, and then over here, he kind of does the same thing. Except he adds, add. Maybe I'm manifesting them saying the word add. Okay, so then he adds some snow. Down there at the base, quite a bit of snow actually. Okay, Bob, I'm gonna stop you right there. So, I don't know what we're gonna do here for this color, right? So let me get our mixing white kinda reactivated here because that's did dry. It wasn't completely dry. Okay, so let me get some water. And some of this mixy white going here. And we're going to try to be brave. It's going to be difficult, but we're going to try. We're going to grab a little bit. A very little bit of our phthalo. God damn, that's bright. Are you sure about this? That's very bright, Bob. That is very, very bright. It almost looks like a cornflower blue bright. Like, that's how bright this is. Alright, well, let's get some of this mixed because we're gonna need a little bit of it. I don't quite know how much we really need here, but I do need to make sure I've got like all of the blue out of that before I go into this other white shade here. Alright, that needs to be a little bit lighter, I think. Not quite light enough. I think we need some more. Of that mix. Alright, that's a scary bold color. It's only a little bit lighter than the, oh, you guys can't see that. It's only a little bit lighter than that shade. Get some more. Alright, I should probably have this a little bit thicker, but this is what we're gonna go with. Alright, let me just clean up my brush here. Alright. Okay, so we need to make some shrubbery shapes here. Oh boy. That is so bright. That is almost neon on this background. I mean, we can see it, sure, but how far down do we want these shrubberies to come here? Maybe around to here. This guy, make him a little bit smaller. Potentially. Alright. So if we like bring you like kind of out to here. Okay, so this side. Okay, so I am dabbing in some shrubby shapes here. Alright, so how far out? So these two, like, kind of almost intersect with one another. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna make sure that is really good and rinsed. We're gonna get some fresh water in our little guy here. Okay. So I think I need just a touch more titanium here to get us through. Okay, so he took some titanium light and started to highlight. So you can kind of see how my white is blending with the blue that's already down. Didn't really want it to go quite that blendy boo, but that's okay. It's not the entire end of the world. Because I can come back and add a bit more brighter white to that. So just kind of working on getting our frosty bits put on here. Alright, I'm going to rinse my brush. I'm going to add just a little bit more water. To my white, my titanium. Alright, now this side, I'm gonna stick that up there. I'm gonna dry this section real quick. Okay, and I'm gonna get a little bit more titanium. And come back in. And just give that one more pass here. Just so it's got a little bit more of a brighter hit to it here and there. It's not quite as blended in places. Might have to change out our paper towel soon. Okay. Now, I need to actually move you again, so let me come back in with some water, and I'm just going to reactivate my ice blue here. Okay. And I'm going to see about bringing these reflections down over here. Now, I'm not right up on the edge of my plants. I can be if I choose to be. I'm gonna tap into just a little bit of the titanium. I don't need a whole lot of it. Alright, and then I want to grab a little bit of that blue shadow that we made for our mountains there. I'm gonna grab just a little bit of that. And just gonna kind of bring that down in through here as well. Okay, rinsey, rinsey, rinsey. Alright, a little bit of water into our white titanium. And I'm just gonna give us some snow here. Alright. And I'm just gonna bring some little doodles of snow out onto the edge here. Just a little bit. Okay, so let me rinse that. Just a clean, slightly damp brush. Just trying to smooth out my strokes a little bit. Okay. But now it kind of looks like we need a little bit more white. Because it blended a little. And got a little too blue there. Okay, that's probably good enough. Okay, I'm going to dry that side just so I don't accidentally get my hand in it. And I can see if I really need to add some more white, which I probably do. Yeah, that kind of looks like we need a little bit more. white in there. I am going to dab this next bit of white in over here. God, I almost had a heart attack. Looked at the time, I thought it said 3:25. I was like, oh my god, we've gone so over. No, we're fine. Time flies when you're elbow deep into gouache, I guess. But we're doing okay time-wise. Alrighty. I was really, really unsure of this one, to the point where we almost ended up doing something else today. But I think it's kind of coming along. Okay, now this other side, right? We need a little bit more water. We're gonna go back into our titanium. And we're gonna start dabbing in our highlights over here, at least round one of highlights, put it that way. Forgot I need to either dab off or wipe off my brush before we go into this white. I forgot how much blue I'm picking up here. Alright. Like, it doesn't have to be a fantabulous rinse in between. I'm just trying to keep my my white from getting overly contaminated. That's all. So how is everybody doing today? All right. For those popping in, we are following along with Bob Ross. I started this project some time ago, not this specific painting, but I got it in my head that I wanted to paint all of the Bob Ross paintings in gouache. And I understand that's probably a little over ambitious, but I was also hoping it would help me improve with using gouache. And I know he does it in oils. We have oil paints. We've painted in oil before. But oil can be a challenge at times. It does take quite... Okay, well, that was an accident, but alright. I went to put my brush in the brush cup to rinse it, and I accidentally shoved it in the spoon holder. At least it didn't hit the floor, right? Oil can take a long time to... I know people get mad when you say dry, because it never really dries to cure, I guess. And I don't have infinite drying space. Especially not for bigger pieces. And sometimes I just don't feel like dealing with the mess. Because oils are a little involved. And I don't really have a whole lot of room to spread out, so I try not to do oil a whole bunch. But we have done it. We've done it in the past. And I'm not opposed to doing oils, but there's something about working in acrylics and gouache where it's like, okay, I'm done and I can put the piece away or seal it. If not that day, then the next day. Okay, that was a lot more than I was thinking I had in my brush there. All right then. Well, this section might not need as much of a highlight then. Okay. So this side, I'm going to dry that side real quick. I don't think the mic's picking up this, but I don't know. All right. So I am actually going to hit that with another round. Of highlight. So I just kind of wanted to dry that in between. Just so we didn't have it just constantly remixing. I mean, it is gouache, so it's going to reactivate to a degree. But if we can dry it at least a little bit. In between, then it won't be quite so bad. So we are working our way through this. We're in season 1 with this. Like I said, I haven't gotten very far with this project. This is the 6th one that we are following along with gouache. We have the tutorial that we're following of Bob's pinned in the chat. And that will take you to Bob's YouTube channel, where you can find this tutorial that we are sort of following along with. We're doing our best. And Bob's got about 6 minutes, roughly, left in this tutorial. And we have to get a cabin in here, which I'm a little nervous about, because I'm not quite sure how that's gonna work. I had some water drops on the ferrule. I did not want them to drop off and cause us larger problems, so it's better if I wipe those off now. I don't know how much liquid our paper towel's gonna hold much longer. She's getting a little soggy over here. How about we turn her? Because the section that the cup is sitting on top of is still pretty dry. I know I don't have a palette camera. I don't have a whole lot of room for a palette camera, but we might be bringing another camera in a couple of months. Potentially. We will see. I'm getting that itch to rearrange furniture. Except it's a little more complicated. Because we have the Elgato, which is the camera you all are looking at right now, mounted to the wall. So that does complicate things a little bit. Okay, I know Bob's got the white just slathered on there. I'm gonna try to build this up. Because I've got this cabin still. And I feel like if we want to have any shot of actually seeing this cabin, we're gonna need to do this a little bit slower. Now, this is on cold press watercolor paper for anybody that's just joined. And since he did this as a black canvas, I did acrylic craft paint. Just enough to get the paper covered. And that's what we are doing our gouache on top of. And it's actually going fairly well. It hasn't been too much trouble. Because I didn't want to do black gouache down, because that would have been a muddy, muddy, muddy nightmare. Alright, I'm just doing like a real light pass on our snow. I will darken that up as we get the cabin in. Or brighten it up, I guess. Okay, let me grab the heat gun. I forgot the phone rang and I muted. Sorry, guys. I mixed a little bit of black into our burnt umber and put that in. And then I just dried that with the heat gun. Sorry. I forgot I had muted when the phone rang. Alright, I'm just trying to get a little bit more white ready to go here. That is the difficult thing with Bob's stuff. You only get a teeny tube of titanium white in your paint set. And he ends up using it for like everything. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my stick from earlier. My left hand is really bad about that, so I'm kind of nervous to do it with the left hand. So it might take a couple passes here. I mean, we could try to do it with the brush. It's still going to take a couple of passes though. But this is our stick that we were using earlier. And I'm wiping off the stick before we go back and pick up some more white. Just to try to keep the white from contaminating too much. So this is our seam stick from our mountains here. It might be better off to use our brush on that. Like, as long as we can get it. See, the only problem is with the brush, like all the layers start to melt together, right? And then they start blending. And it's like, no, no, brush. I don't want you to blend it this time. So we might have to rinse, dry, grab some more, and just kind of like slap it on in there. Not terrible. All right. And then we need a bit more. On that edge there. Okay. Now, Alright, I'm gonna rinse, and I'm gonna mostly dry my brush, but not completely. Because this I do want to blend it just a bit. So it's looking a little bit more weathered in here. So I'm just gonna kind of rinse, dry, and dip in to the white. Gonna knock most of that off. And same with the other side, just a slightly damp brush. We still need to do our shed. All right, I'm going to get just a little bit of black. I did not have much pigment in there, did I? All right. Okay, and then just gonna try to add some darkness on that. I might not be happy with that. I might grab the brown mix and go back over it. Yeah, we're fighting with our cabin here. But that's okay, because I kind of feel like Bob was fighting with his too, just a little bit. But I mean, I guess we could try to slather the gouache on like that, but probably wouldn't be in our best interest to. Alright, so he had a little shed guy. Hmm. Well, our shed is at a slightly different angle. Than the rest of it. Because it's me. What? Angles? We need to follow angles? What is this craziness? Alright, let me rinse that. And let's see here. See if we can kind of get our shed roof popped in here. Grab a little bit of our black color. Alright. Now, get some more of our white. We're in the home stretch actually, so not doing too bad on this guy. Like, not really. Alright. So I'm just grabbing a little bit more of our brown that we kind of made the building out of here. All right. And we need some more snow. On this bad boy here. All right, a little bit more. I'm going to make it a little bit thicker. It looks very brown up there. I want it to be a bit whiter. So actually, let me dry that real quick. It's a very busy one. Okay, that's a little bit better there. Okay, let me set the heat gun down. Okay, now I'm going to come back in. And see about getting our snow fixed up here. All right. We'll just take a couple of minutes to get our snow snowed up here. Get it a little bit brighter. A little bit more snowy. Now we will be taking the tape off too, so not too worried about the edges. This is just a glass cutting board that we had laying around that we weren't using, so I was like, hey, if we're not using that, I totally could use that. So that's what I'm using. Some people use clipboards. Something that can handle getting wet. I mean, we're not saturating the paper underwater, but it does get a little moist. At times. Alright, I think Bob put some shrubberies over here. I don't know if we really need to. I do need to dry this though, so we can put a little pathway. Alright, so mine does have, you know, a little bit of the black shining through there, so I just want to take that. The gap was bugging me, so. Alright, now let's see, we need a pathway. I guess we can just kind of take that same color that we made the building out of. And if I keep blending it a bit, we will get it blended pretty well in there. I'm just going to pick up a little bit of that blue ice color. And kind of add it on top. And I'm picking up a little bit of white. And I'm going to grab a little bit more of our white because Bob came back. And the stinker that Bob is, he decided to highlight these guys after all. So I guess we should too. I thought it was a little strange that he didn't. Well, it's not like him to not drop snow on a tree. And I was like, oh, okay. We're not doing that to those. All right then. No, no. I think he just got distracted, to be perfectly honest. Because, I mean, this was the first season. That aired. So, I mean, he's nervous. He's got a lot that he's doing. He's clock watching. I mean, we're not gonna completely hold it against Bob. Right, he didn't. Did he do the ones in the very back? Hang on. Let me see. Did he do the teeny tiny ones? He got those ones. Got those ones. Okay, he did not do all of them. Like the ones back in here, he left be. Unless he hadn't originally planned on it and then realized, oh, you can't really see those guys. And to be fair, you really couldn't until we really got in there and started adding some more stuff in. Alright, I think this snow just, it's not quite snowy enough. Now, he did add a few more shrubbies. Like down in here. And we could. Just trying to add some snow land on our pathway there. Alright, but if we're gonna do that, we need to dry this first. Like, just enough. My stand doesn't want to stand anymore today. Stand is like, nope, I've had enough of you. I just gotta reactivate this dark shrubby color. Alright, we can take this guy like going down into here maybe. Alright, let's rinse that. Gosh. Our towel is completely saturated at this point. Figured I would, you know, give the paper towel a little love there too, but that's gonna take quite a bit of time to dry, so. Start to put some snow on this guy. And we'll have to hit that with one more bit. Got that white slightly contaminated with that dark greeny color. Just kind of dabbing in everybody here. Alright, and we are pretty much done. We just have to get our protector sleeve. Sign this guy. Alright, I need a different brush to sign with, though. Alright, get our spotter. Alright, you know what? Let's use this color. Get a little bit more water there. So we didn't, you know, totally overrun our palette. We actually didn't use all that many colors. For Bob, this was a tame one. To be perfectly honest. Okay, so kind of hard to see, but our signature is there. Alright, let me put my stick up there. Make sure this guy's actually rinsed here. Alright, into the brush bucket you go. And I just want to make sure that you are good and dry, because you were the star of the show today, Mr. Zero Flat Brush. Right. Let me dump that water into the larger holding receptacle. Alright, set that to the side. Alright, so we're gonna hit this one more time. And we're going to try to hit the bits of tape as well. So it has an easier time of releasing. Hot air. Very hot air. And my hands are heat sensitive, so like it's not that hot after we turn the gun off. Alright, so we want to go slow just in case we're still stuck on there, so we don't rip our paper. I have found that the heat gun hairdryer method on the tape does help tremendously to keep it from ripping the paper before you peel it off, because this tape likes to rip this paper. Okay, that's not so bad. We had a little bit of leakage under the tape, but all in all, not too shabby. Alrighty, and we are done. Not quite the same as Bob's, but you know what? It's not so bad. It's not so bad. considering how nervous I was walking into this one. It's a little busy, I will say that. Definitely a little busy, but you know what? Pretty good. Let me grab my protector here. Before we... Oh! Joints don't want to move. The body's like, no, we're not getting it. What we're not doing is that. Okay. Oh, sat in that one's position a little too long. The only bad thing about these protectors is that they get fingerprints on them and stuff, but at least you can wipe those. Alright. So. Dang it. If I can get this in here. Now these technically are top loads. Like this would be the top of it. But since this one was laying this way, we're popping it in on the side. So let me get this out of the way. Alrighty. So that didn't come out too terrible. As nervous as I was going into it. It could be better. It could be. But all things considered, I think we're pretty good. So thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I do appreciate it. Checking out what we were doing. There probably won't be a stream tomorrow because we have to go run errands and it fell on a stream day. And the rest of the week is kind of messy. So they're saying that we could have some weather on Wednesday, but it really might be Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. So I'm not going to cancel Planet Zoo for Wednesday yet. I'm going to wait and see how things progress through Wednesday, but we won't be streaming tomorrow. I don't believe. If we do, it'll be a surprise, even to me. But as of right now, I don't believe we will be. We're going to try for Planet Zoo on Wednesday, though. We'll see what the weather decides to do. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. Don't forget to follow the socially links. Those will take you to the Kofi, the Blue Sky, the eBay store, where some of our art is on, well, it's not on sale, but it's for sale. And also the YouTube channel. And Honey, I Joined a Cult will be going live on the 5th. That's when we start playing that over there. And I've got 16 episodes, or 16 sessions of that, I should say, loaded up and ready to go. I need to record a bit more. I don't know how long that game is going to go. I guess it depends on if we're able to keep all of the balls in the air on that one. Because it's a little involved as we're going, but we'll see what happens with that. And I will try to see everybody on Wednesday. Remember, I'm not planning to stream tomorrow, because we do have some errands. We need to go grocery shopping and stuff. So, until next time, you guys, have a good one.